Alrighty. Yay.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon and welcome to the February 5th board meeting of ASDB. Before we get into the agenda, which I know typically we do as a call to the public to start the meeting, I have an opening statement I would like to share with everybody here. I want to acknowledge the intensity surrounding this meeting and the emotions many people are bringing to the room tonight. First, I'm going to address the location of this meeting. There has been significant concern that has been expressed over the past few weeks. I understand for some that holding this meeting in Tucson would have felt more accessible and more appropriate. I very much considered every single piece of feedback that I got about that. However, based on the responsibility I have as board president to ensure safe, functional, and orderly meetings, particularly given the circumstances surrounding the Tucson meeting a couple weeks ago, I determined this meeting would proceed here in Phoenix. I recognize that decision has been frustrating. That frustration has been heard. As board president, the decision to move the meeting location rested with me, and I will own that I made that decision. Over the last several weeks, the board has received an extraordinary number of emails, calls, and messages. Many reflect frustration, anger, fear, and a deep concern for ASDB, particularly the Tucson campus. Those emotions are real, and they absolutely matter. Concerns regarding leadership, trust, communication, transparency, and the direction of the school have been heard. I want to take a moment to speak personally because this is not an abstract thing for me as board president. I was appointed to this board of directors 5 years ago, first and foremost, as a parent of a deaf-blind child. That identity is foundational to why I am here and why I continue and choose to serve. I know what it's like to live in constant advocacy mode, navigating doctors, nurses, agencies, schools, IEP teams, services, and systems that were not built with our children in mind. I have been in those trenches. I understand the exhaustion, the fear, the anger, and how deeply personal change can feel when it involves your child's education and future. I empathize immensely with the emotions parents are expressing. I absolutely do. At the same time, I now carry the responsibility of serving on the board of directors for ASDB, an agency serving approximately 1,875 students statewide. Our Tucson campus represents 114 students of that total. My responsibility is to advocate tirelessly, not only as a parent, but as a board member for the accessibility, stability, and future of deaf, blind, and deaf-blind education across the entire state of Arizona. Sometimes that responsibility, it requires change. I know how hard, scary, and emotional that can be, and I do not take any of what is currently happening lightly. I have personally read every single email that has come through my inbox, including all the mass emails and copy-pasted submissions. I read every name and every stated connection to ASDB when it was provided. While a petition containing 888 signatures was submitted, I chose not to request or review the individual signatures. I did not want any action on my part to be perceived as a threat or retaliatory. ASDB does not engage in retaliation, nor does it allow it. My intent has been and continues to be to act in good faith and with integrity. I do want to be transparent about the roles and responsibilities of this board. There are legal, ethical, and procedural requirements that govern how and when we can act. Hearing concerns does not always allow for immediate decisions or public discussion. That is not avoidance. It is part of our obligation to act lawfully. I assure you that every concern I have heard during email, I have done my due diligence and following up on for my own understanding. Sometimes that is seeking clarifications from subject matter experts. Sometimes that is reaching out to contacts in the community. And sometimes that's a phone call with legal counsel and appropriate state offices. I do my homework in order to sit here before you and serve as board president. Collectively, the majority of the board that you see here has attended at least one of the community informational meetings that was held. The board before you hears you, listens to you, cares about our community and our students, and is committed to working toward the common goal of providing accessibility and deaf-blind education. So tonight, before we proceed, I need to clearly state the expectations for conduct. For members of the public, respectful participation is absolutely required. Disruptive behavior will result in a warning. If the behavior does not change, you will be escorted from the meeting by security. If the meeting becomes unruly or cannot proceed in an orderly manner, it will be shut down and the March board meeting will be conducted over Zoom. For those here today with devices, please make sure that they are on the lowest setting to allow equal access for all. For board members sitting with me, we are held to the same and higher standards. There will be respectful discourse. There will be no bullying, talking over one another, or verbal attacks toward other board members nor staff. We will raise our hands, we will take turns speaking, and we will communicate in a way that is accessible for everyone. If a board member engages in continued disruption, they will be reminded of proper conduct, warned, and if necessary, also removed from the meeting by security. The meeting is not about silencing voices. It is also not a space where anger replaces governance. Our responsibility is to ensure that ASDB continues to function, that decisions are made lawfully and thoughtfully, and that students and staff are not further harmed by the instability that is currently occurring. I ask everyone here, board members, staff, families, and community members, to approach this meeting with that shared purpose in mind. You may not agree with every outcome tonight, but you deserve transparency, and this board is committed to providing that as we move forward. We will now do a roll call. Secretary Bove.
Thank you. Starting with President Brittany Buchanan. Of course, she's here. I'm Linda Bove. I am here as well. I'm sorry, Brittany Buchanan, the interpreter. That was my mistake.
I'm present.
Sorry about that. Colette Chapman.
Here.
Michael Gordon.
He is not present.
Not here. Moving on. Diana Herron. Present. Bill Kohler.
Bill Kaler, and I'm present.
Earl Terry. Present. Thank you. And Shauna Tomiko.
I am present.
Thank you.
Moving on, we will move on to the call to the public comments. We obviously have an extreme amount of comments, which I am very happy to see. We have approximately 22 comments we received on the website, and I think approximately that for all of you in person. We will start with the people that are here to make their in-person comment. If you are using your voice tonight, you will have 2 minutes to speak. I will set a timer, and when I say you're done, you will be respectfully done. If you're using ASL tonight, you will have 3 minutes to be able to sign your comment to us. I am allotting not our usual 10 minutes for this. I am allotting 45 minutes to hear public comment. All right, Linda, would you like to start with calling our first public comment?
Yes, thank you, President Buchanan. The first one is from Melissa, I apologize, Rosenhoff? Rushoff, thank you. Melissa Rushoff.
Good afternoon, Board President, members of the board. Before I begin, I'd like everyone that's here on behalf of ASDB to please stand. Yeah, and if there's a record, I'd like it to reflect that almost the entire body is standing. I actually didn't expect that, to be honest with you. But I appreciate you hearing from me. I understand, and I haven't been able to be at many of these forums, but I understand that you've heard from a lot of the parents, partly through the website and partly through these different forums. And so I will let them share their own individual experiences and what this has meant to them. I also understand there's been a lot of data shared, and there's been some discrepancies in what that data looks like. So I will let the data speak for itself or the lack thereof. It's my understanding on information and belief that what has been provided was just provided to the families on January 16th or later than that date, which is way too recent and too fast for anything to really happen intentionally and thoughtfully. So I really like that your comment was we're going to do everything today lawfully and intentionally and respectfully, because that's why I'm here. And at the core of this is not about a building that exists in downtown Tucson that was built in 1912. This is not about bringing a population up to Oro Valley. The concern is that the entire population of deaf and blind students that are supposed to be served, educated, and cared for at this facility are not going to be transferred up to Oro Valley. Individually, behind closed doors, we've learned that the blind and visually impaired students are being asked to go back to TUSD, back to their classrooms where there simply is not the ability to care for them in the same form or fashion. And more importantly, as an attorney, I want to be clear that under the state and federal laws, there are a plethora of different laws that are being violated through this entire process. And respectfully, I'd like to go ahead and name what those are, but I want to be clear.
You're at 2 minutes, ma'am.
From the time everyone stood up?
When you approach the podium.
Okay, so would you like me to not name all of the different state and federal laws?
That is correct. Your 2 minutes is over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Missy.
The next comment is Trish Ross, speaking on behalf of Harvey. Trish Ross.
Speaking on behalf of Belinda Harney, who was a supervisor here. These are her comments. I worked for ASDB for 36 years. In my observations, there are multiple factors that have resulted in a decline of a once robust and well-respected agency. I truly feel this could have been prevented, but it would have taken ethical foresight some 15 to 20 years ago. This is where I will focus my attention. I pose the following question to the board because families, alumni, staff, and all community members deserve answers. Why was there an influx of people who are working for the Arizona Department of Education, hired to ASDB administration, HR, professional development over the last 12 to 13 years? Most, if not all, had no education, training, background, or experience in deaf or blind education. Why were consultants of the same ilk paid large salaries to guide this administration? Why did professional development stop focusing on best practices to meet the needs of deaf and blind students? Who profited from programs and resources such as Beyond Textbooks that were brought in and implemented? At what point did ASDB abandon higher standards of proper certification for teachers of the deaf and blind? Will you be looking into these along other issues that are brought before you tonight? Or are you just going to be civil and follow board policies and procedures with no intention of taking any action other than what has been implemented or predetermined? Many staff members expressed concerns over the years only to be told, there's the door. Those of you that have lined your pockets with state funds as they played their role in the downfall of ASDB are corrupt and heartless.
Thank you.
The next comment is also for Trish Ross.
This is me, Trish Ross talking. Members of the board, administrators, and colleagues, I contemplated not using this opportunity to speak because it doesn't seem to impact any outcomes. We, the teachers and staff at the agency, the people who actually do the work with the students, have not had a voice. We no longer have a steering committee where people represent me. For some reason that I don't understand, the administration and the board were against creating an H policy so that the union could represent teachers and staff. The new administrative structure that we were presented with has promoted 3 people without allowing others to apply for the job. Also, I want to note that the 3 people that were promoted are all hearing. You've also created 2 more administrative positions, special ed supervisors. What did you do at the bottom? The teachers, the staff that keep the school running? Cut, cut, cut. There are consultants that the superintendent told us last year earned $300,000. Were there any cuts there? Moving to a new building, sending blind students and dorm students back to their districts, even if it is in clusters, seems to be doing the very thing that you said is a major cause of our funding problem, declining enrollment. The new building does not have athletic facilities, so we will lose students for whom athletics is important. As the numbers continue to drop, I see the future, the end of ASDB. I know the cuts need to be made, but it seems you left the people out of the conversation that actually do the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Carrie Hodgkinson.
Thank you, members of the board, for giving me a gracious 2 minutes to speak tonight. I'm speaking as a teacher employed for the Arizona State School for the Deaf and the Blind Tucson campus. I'm one of the only teachers that teach deaf and blind. I think it's important to acknowledge that by putting our students ASB in a different site, they will get O&M Braille and their assistive technology. They will not get the full campus experience which these families behind me deserve. I teach 2 different classes. I teach a coffee shop and a shirt shop. These are real life skills. I don't just teach deaf, I don't teach blind. They are together in a real world situation, learning how to communicate, learning how to work, learning for the future. Please don't tear it apart. Today when I went off campus, I had a student that was deaf and a student was blind. They're not separate sitting in the van together. They are together, working together, learning together, shopping together, helping each other. Just because I'm deaf, if I'm signing, gee, orientation mobility is great because I watched them almost hit into those big pillars that are Costco. Anyways, so please just realize we work together. We are better together. And these families behind me, a little bit of my parent hat, deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Elizabeth Smith.
President Buchanan, if I could make a quick comment, it's a baseball thing. If we have a person coming down and we call the next person on deck, at least they can be prepared to come down a little more quickly, so it'll save us some time.
Okay. Linda, would you like to let the next person know that they're on deck?
No problem. Next person is Beata Tarasuk. Tarasuk.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. Welcome, Superintendent Annette Reichman. I stand here before you as a parent of 3 children who attend ASDB Tucson campus. We are a family of since 2021. I currently work at TUSD at Miles ELC. This situation is dismissing our blind children and pushing all our disabled children into the community that are not ready and are not privileged to have students like my kids. We already experience lack of language, social cultural disparities. So why put them back into the community that's not ready to serve our students? I ask the board to please not vote on the relocation, or to please pause until we have further data and collaboration for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one on deck. I don't see a name.
One second, we're calling the next person on deck.
Kendall Greenland will be on deck.
All right, ma'am, you can go ahead.
Members of the board, Madam President, my name is Beata Trashuk, and I am a parent at ASDB Tucson campus. I came here with my daughter, Kasia. She's 8 years old, and I wrote a speech, and then I drove for 2 hours to be here with 2 little children and one severely disabled, and I thought about it. I wrote you numerous letters. You say that you read them. I trust you did. I just want you to see my face, and I want you to see my daughter. And I want you to know that we went to TUSD. We were there for 3 years. They did everything they could for my child. Everything. She didn't learn. She came to ASDB this year in August. And I felt at peace because she learned in a school setting for the first time in her life. Sending her to the TUSD will reverse that. This campus, those teachers are absolutely incredible. Their treasure. You don't kill the treasure. You don't do that. You don't do that. And I understand. I am a finance major myself. I understand this is about money. I understand that. I understand about school finance, maybe not agency finance, but I understand school finance. And I understand about enrollment. And I'm here to tell you that this is not an enrollment issue. You know, when you come to the new school, when you come and experience something great, the first thing you think...
I'm sorry, ma'am, your 2 minutes is over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next person on deck is Brandon Decker.
My name is Kendall Greenland. I'm reading this on behalf of someone who couldn't be here. I'm submitting this public comment to address a significant and growing loss of confidence in ASDB administration and governance, particularly as it relates to decision-making, transparency, and leadership accountability impacting the Tucson campus. Between January 24th and January 27th, 2026, a formal petition was circulated in the community with results submitted to the ASDB Board of Directors and the Office of the Governor. In that short period, 888 verified stakeholders signed, including current staff, parents and guardians, former staff, students and alumni, and community advocates. This level of participation over just a few days is not routine. It signals widespread concern across those who work in the system, rely on the system, and have lived experience within it. Importantly, staff were provided an option to sign anonymously due to fear of retaliation. All anonymous staff signatures were independently verified with identities held securely in trust. That fact alone should give the board pause. When employees feel unable to attach their names to concerns without risks, it reflects not a communication breakdown, but a breakdown of trust. The concerns raised are not isolated complaints or resistance to change. They reflect a systemic erosion of confidence in how decisions are being made, how information is communicated, and whether leadership actions are aligned with ASDB's statutory mission and obligations to students. Stakeholders are increasingly perceiving decisions as predetermined, insufficiently transparent, and disconnected from those delivering services and those receiving them. Loss of confidence matters. It affects staff retention, morale, and recruitment. It affects family trust and willingness to engage collaboratively. Most importantly, it affects program stability and the educational experience of students who depend on ASDB for specialized mission-driven services. This is not a request for the board to adjudicate individual personnel matters. It is a request for the board to exercise its governance and oversight responsibilities. At minimum, stakeholders deserve acknowledgement that this level of
Sir, your
concern
2 minutes
exists.
are up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person on deck is, one moment. Louise Marie Mardini Torres.
Hello, I will try to make good use of my time. My name is Brendan Decker, and I've been working at ASDB for 30 years. However, I also was a student at ASDB for 13 years. I wrote a letter and planned to read it, but after much thought and deliberation, this isn't really what I want to say tonight. I only see one path where everyone is included and the community wins. This is that we need to work together. Unfortunately, decisions have been made and have led to a community fighting against ASDB. I'm sure the community would rather work with you. That is the preference. We have 3 options, options A, B, and C. If we continue along path A or C, this is not an if, but a when. This is a guarantee that the school will crumble and disappear eventually. Option B is the best and only way forward. And I understand that administrators have already been lobbying legislators. However, we are a huge community, and you are only one. We have parents, staff, community, family, and friends, not only who are here, but surrounding the state of Arizona. In other counties, people have been reaching out as former students, former staff, all over the nation. People have reaching out asking how they can help. They are ready and on deck, willing to help us. Many schools for the deaf and schools for the blind are also willing and have reached out and simply say, tell me what we can do. You've said that we've tried, but once is not enough. We have to try again. The only way forward is for us to work together in order for all of us to win. I ask that you please table this vote in order to give the community time to work with you so that we can see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up on deck will be, one moment please. Next on deck is Randall Kidd.
Hello, my name is Louise Marie Torres. I am here today as the parent of a first grade student and as an educator. I find it very hard to stomach, both personally and professionally, that there is a planned reduction in force with what I know, based on my own personal experience with a loss of funds and reimbursement that should be captured. Like I said, I am a parent. I have seen my son's Medicaid data. I know that every single day he was on the bus, there was a bus aid. But when I look at his Medicaid billing, the school failed to bill and failed to receive reimbursement for the entire 2 years he was in preschool. Additionally, when I look at his Medicaid billing data for the second quarter of last year, at no point and any time was there any billing for ADLs. This loss in data and loss of in billable services that are not being reimbursed are not just to my son. It's several parents. If we think about it, That bus aid is in his IEP. It is reimbursable by Medicaid, and for 2 years, you guys didn't get that funding. And when I bring it to someone's attention, it gets pushed aside and we don't hear back. If you're having a funding issue, please ensure that billed services and Medicaid services and IEP services that are being provided are being billed for. That way the school can get reimbursement, because over the course of an entire year, not once was there any ADLs billed for from my son, per Medicaid billing data provided by your school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up now is Randall Kidd, and up next after RJ will be Thor Halverson.
Hello. I am here as a second-generation parent with a third-generation child of deafness. I have a lot invested in this community. I am not a graduate of ASDB. I am a product of our mainstream schooling system, and I had a lot of opportunities that were given to me. However, even that being said, I still see the incredible value of ASDB. One thing that I would ask you to consider is that you've mentioned transparency, and one of the biggest concerns is a lack of communication. A perfect example was the information meeting with ASDB a couple weeks ago, where it was said that we've started the discussion with AM5 School District in October. However, the community found out about these talks in January. So there were 4 months of no public information. Nothing about this was informed to any community members. So there's a trust that has been damaged that needs to be rebuilt. I think that the board needs to look at that and consider what the next steps are that would be appropriate in this situation. Like Brandon just mentioned, now is not the time to pit our community against each other. It is the time to work together. And I am asking the board to work with us, and our community will be here to work with you. However, if you make decisions on your own, how then do you expect the community to stand up and support you when you say that you're going to be transparent, yet the community has no communication or access? Please be transparent, communicate, and work with us.
Thank you.
Up now is Thor Halverson, and up next will be Catherine Senko.
Hello. I would like to just fully disclose that I am a former educator, teacher of the deaf for many, many years, and share a deep passion for deaf education. We have glaring and major concerns about the lack of communication and transparency. Those of us in the community had simply no idea what was happening, and some of us found out about these decisions via the news. The communication should have been forthcoming from administration, should have been asking for community feedback for a long time. It takes a long time to build trust and connections with the community, and we are an involved community, and you need our support. But now, because of the lack of communication, now we are in a state of grieving and are left scrambling to figure out what we should do. This entire situation should not have even happened. You all know better. Allow the community to work collaboratively with you. Allow us to work together to brainstorm and come up with creative ideas in order to try to save the school. We should be working together. Allow us to be involved in this process. That's how it should have been. But now here we are with decisions being made behind closed doors, and the approach is, here, we'll tell you what's going to happen to you, with zero feedback, zero involvement. What the hell? Do better, please. We are all one community together. Allow us to function as such. Allow us to support you. Allow us to work together to find creative solutions for the future. Don't cut us out. Let's work together. Please hold the vote. Table this vote. Allow us to work together for the future in order to figure out how to keep this precious, invaluable school that is a pillar of the community. We have a long and storied history. We are the same age as the state itself. We are historical and honor that history. We're all in this together. Don't behave in secretive ways, then draw lines. Bullshit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up now is Catherine Senko, and on deck will be one moment for the interpreter. Melissa, up next after Katie will be Melissa Clamon.
Okay. Good evening, Chair. My name is Katie Cinco, and I am the current president of the Arizona Association of the Deaf. I formerly served on the board of ASDB and have been a longtime partner, advocate, and friend of ASDB since 2003. I share this to be clear that my comments are coming from a deep respect from ASDB and a longstanding commitment to the deaf, blind, hard of hearing students that we serve at ASDB. I also am here to represent the deaf and blind community, but also we want to work in partnership with our blind constituents. Students who access education must be protected from any system decisions. ASDB holds a unique and irreplaceable place in Arizona's history. It's not simply a service provider, but a cornerstone institution. Article 11, Section 1 dictates the state to provide the education and care of peoples who are hearing and vision impaired. ASDB exists because of this constitutional commitment, and that commitment is operationalized through Arizona Revised Statutes 15-1302, which establishes ASDB as an educational institution charged with providing schools and regional programs for sensory impaired students across the state. ASDB is a cultural identity, language access, and we want to recognize ASDB's educational purpose to specifically instruct and provide students access to curriculum and instruction. ASDB has been a cornerstone of language access, and Section 15-1302 holds weight. We want to recognize that ASDB is facing a severe budgetary crisis, and that includes deteriorating buildings, service providers, and declining birth rates. Deaf, hard of hearing, and low vision students are also declining in tandem with those birth rates. However, we are concerned that the promotion of moving students and cluster sites prioritizes functions that need to be revised. Educational placement is a determination of an IEP team, and staff and budgetary concerns do not dictate placement. ASDB deserves an environment of equal access to all individuals. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Give ASDB its constitutional and foundational history. I ask you to pause the vote on the relocation in order to collaborate with community members and families before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up now is Melissa Clamon, and on deck will be Elizabeth Browse.
Hello, my name is Melissa. I am a former student of PDSD. My children attend this campus. They are also former ASDB Tucson campus students. I like to share two items. I am in favor of ASDB uniting as one. I personally have experienced, along with my children, how the education system has failed us. So staying together is the best option. I am in favor of giving us the option to give us time to stay together. I am also here to support our athletic director, Jeff. He is currently on the RIF list. He is a former coach of mine, and he currently coaches my children. He has shown commitment in leadership, is a strong advocate and role model, and has a passion for our students in the athletic program. If you decide to RIF his position, these children will be lost. So please consider keeping his position and the athletic department. Athletics truly helped me. I grew up in a bad home, and because of athletics and Jeff's support, it helped me thrive. So I implore you to please reconsider. Thank you. I love you, Jeff.
Up now is Elizabeth Browse, and on deck will be Kate Scally.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Browse. I am a preschool teacher at PDSD and today representing the Arizona School for the Deaf and Blind Education Association, the union here at ASDB. My comments echo what I'm hearing, that of unity. The word Ubuntu is important to me. I am because we are. That's a philosophy that I live by. And I join the sentiment of unity today. The ASDB community deserves better than the chaos and the uncertainty of the last several weeks. As educators who care deeply about our students and believe in their potential, we're deeply disappointed by the community censorship and lack of transparency that have defined the ASDB leadership's approach to discussions about our Tucson campus and employee RIFs. For years, our union has tried to work with the board to design a collaborative and innovative approach to ASDB's future. We have asked the board to partner with us in service to the students that we work with every day. Instead, we have been rebuffed at every turn. The behavior of leadership lately has made clear how the experience and expertise of teachers and staff are not valued. Frozen pay and additional work for those working directly with students, but pay raises and promotions at the leadership level. RIFs for specialists in the field, but new leadership positions created. Teachers and staff getting called into meetings with leaders for a warning or a slap on the wrist. Emails with reminders about policy instead of being met with grace and empathy during such a confusing time. When does it end? We sit here every other month and watch the board go about business with no critical discussions, no questioning leaders about decisions, just passively approving what comes before them. Now is the time to listen to what we have been commenting on for years. Declining birth rates isn't the only explanation here. If you spent time talking to those of us in the trenches, we have some nuanced insights for you, because in fact, we are the ones living it. I understand the urgency to finding a solution for the budget crisis.
Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Speaking now is Kate Scally, and up after that is Sherry Humphreys.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have comments on 2 different agenda items, but since time is tight, I'm going to speak quickly about one. I have taught music on the ASDB Tucson campus for 14 years, and I am here to advocate for the music teacher position. This position is on the RIF list, but for my students, music is more than an elective. It is a vital part of their cognitive, social, emotional, and academic development. While overall enrollment might be down, enrollment in music classes and in our after-school music theater program is booming. Over the years, our after-school music program has tripled in size. 2 years ago, we received $5,000 from the Arizona Commission on the Arts. In December, we received the American Theater Wing grant for $32,600. This is being used to update lighting equipment and purchase materials for our spring musical, The Wizard of Oz. And you are all invited to come see our amazing students shine on stage at the Berger Performing Arts Center, April 30th and May 1st. And I really hope that this show will not be our last. Parents often tell me that the music program is why they send their students to the ASDB. Cutting this program, if you are worried about enrollment, makes no sense. You are all educators, and you know that music education is not a luxury. It improves learning outcomes. Research shows that students engaged in music demonstrate stronger abilities in math, language, memory, and executive functioning. You know that for students who are blind, music is access to independence and literacy. In an environment where students feel isolated, music offers belonging, voice, and pride. It is a space where students are not defined by their disability. They are creators, performers, and collaborators. I'm going to skip my stories. For those of you who are parents, take a moment and think about how you felt when you went to your child's concert, their choir performance, or their play. Maybe they missed a line, maybe it wasn't in tune, but it did not matter. You took their picture, you got a video, and you shared it with your friends and family.
Ma'am, your 2 minutes is
If you
over.
cut this
Thank
position,
you.
it will take away that opportunity
Your
from our
2
parents.
minutes are over. Thank you.
Sherry Humphreys, and then Christy Thompson. I'm sorry, Christy Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Humphreys, and I am currently a 0 to 3 educator. These comments are related to the reduction of work days for the 0 to 3 educators as stated in the Assistant Superintendent's report. I've been a teacher for 36 years, most of that time as a high school educator. Many of my students did not come to my class with appropriate language. We all know that is because of language deprivation at the early years. This is why we have early intervention. I switched to become a 0 to 3 teacher because I wanted a new challenge, to be part of that foundation to help the DHH babies and toddlers for their future. One of the very first families that I was assigned had a 6-week-old baby. The service coordinator called her and she said, "I don't want services." But the coordinator said, "Talk to Sherry first." When I called her, she again said, "I don't want services." But the more we talked, the more she opened up. She started to cry and admitted how scared she was. I told her that I am here to support and guide her. And now, almost 2 years later, we meet weekly. That is what early intervention is about. The Assistant Superintendent's report shares important statistics regarding the success of early intervention. A few years ago, the number of days for 0 to 3 educators was cut by 10. As of July, it's going to be cut by 14 more. That is a total of 24 days. That is equivalent of 5 work weeks. Let that sink in. 5 work weeks. The money saved by reducing work days is a drop in the bucket. But the possible effects for the families is like a flood. What if a family declines services because I wasn't able to contact them in time? What if parents stop implementing strategies because they forgot and I'm not there to support them? And what if parents just give up because they're not receiving the support they need? So the question for you to consider, is that drop in the bucket worth the possibly damaging ripples to our
Your
families?
2 minutes are up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Christy Thomas. And then Donna Lambert.
Good evening. My name is Christy Thomas, and I'm a counselor. I planned for 3 minutes because that's what the website said, so I'm cutting it out, and now I'm not even sure I'm going to look at this. I have been a counselor on the Tucson campus for 26 years. I have worked with both the deaf and the blind students from elementary to high school. Many of the things that I plan to say we have heard already, so I'm not going to repeat those. But there are a few things that I do want to come across. What are we doing to increase our enrollment? I have been monitoring the records referral process for the School for the Blind since 2009, when I was given that task to facilitate those meetings. I have that data from 2009 to today. For School for the Deaf, I was asked to also start facilitating those meetings. I have that data from 2016 to date. This year alone, there were students who were referred, who were put on hold due to staffing issues, and I understand that, but what have we done to resolve that? We potentially could have increased our enrollment by 30% this year in School for the Blind for people who have expressed interest. I've had principals who know me reach out and say, hey, you're still taking referrals, right? Yes. We're being told you're not. That is a problem. I was in a meeting the other night where the parent wanted her student to come to ASDB in the year 2000, which is when I started. It took her 3 years to get into our agency. If the districts aren't referring, it's our own staff within our agency who are saying, don't go to that program.
Your 2 minutes are over, ma'am. Thank you.
And the last one, Donna Lambert.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're the last.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Superintendent and ASDB Governing Board. My name is Donna Lambert. I'm listed as a social worker under permanent staff on the proposed reduction in staff list in front of you. I have also worked at ASDB for 25 years, and I am not a number. I stand before you with deep concern and a strong sense of responsibility to the blind and visually impaired students of ASB whose lives are directly affected by the proposed cluster. ASDB is not simply a school placement. For many students, it is the first place they have felt safe, understood, and able to truly learn. Many arrived after experiencing bullying, isolation, academic failure, and lack of access vision-specific instruction in public schools. On this campus, they are not surviving, they are thriving. They are building independence, confidence, and essential skills. At this time, ASDB and the Tucson Unified School District do not have confirmed cluster sites, nor has a finalized signed agreement been reached with TUSD, and it's February. While cluster sites are inevitable, as we have been told in meetings, they should not be rushed due to agency financial challenges. Financial challenges are an agency issue, not a student issue, and must never drive placement decisions. A campus-based model must remain a viable and available option for our students. I am also deeply concerned about the lack of transparency. Families and staff who work with these students daily have not been meaningfully included in any of this process. Trust has been damaged. Additionally, enrollment data, as Christy said, to redesign is incomplete. Existing referrals have not been reviewed, and districts were told we are not accepting students. These students are not numbers. Lastly, an 8th grade student, Maddie, who was here, gave permission for me to share her words about returning to public school, in which she sent you a letter. Maddie says, there were times I was viciously hit with my own cane and tried to avoid using my cane because of bullies. I was told I didn't deserve a good life and would never have one if I couldn't see. I was told to end my life several times throughout my time in public school. Maddie is not a number. I respectfully ask the board.
Your 2 minutes are over, ma'am. Thank you.
And on the website, it does say 3. Please hold up your pictures. Everyone hold them up. This is the School for the Blind, ASB.
We have actually reached our 45 minutes that I have allowed for public comment. We do have public comments that were submitted to us via the website per our policy. Those comments will, as always, be posted to the website and available to be read, but we do not have time to read any further. We are going to move on with the agenda, and we are going to move on to agenda item 1.3, the superintendent's report.
Good evening, President Buchanan, board members, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, Deputy Assistant Superintendent Ketchov, and the ASDB community here. Welcome to our February 5th, 2026 board meeting. I have been sitting here since the beginning of the meeting, all these 45 minutes, and listening to all of your comments. And now it is my turn to speak. I will open my presentation with 3 questions. My first question is, how can ASDB continue to educate and support students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind for the next 50 years? My second question how can ASDB serve fewer students with more limited resources and funding? And my third question is, how can ASDB align our student count and student needs with our facilities and our budget? During this afternoon's presentation and discussion, I would like you all to keep those three questions in mind. First, our current reality. A few of you have mentioned that our current reality is our student count. We do know that all nationwide and throughout the state of Arizona, birth rates are declining. We know that the number of students entering into schools throughout the nation and throughout the state of Arizona is declining. And that has an impact on ASDB. We see a similar decline, and it's not just on our Tucson campus, it's not just on our Phoenix campus, it's not just the early learning program, and it's not just itinerant. It is everywhere. Every single program, we are seeing declines in the number of students we are educating and serving. So that is the first challenge. The second challenge we have is that we have two campuses, one located in Tucson and one in Phoenix. We all know that the condition of the facilities continues to deteriorate. We have not been able to do appropriate maintenance and renovations for the Tucson campus or the Phoenix campus either. The average age of buildings on Tucson campus is about 50 years old. Here at PDSD, it's about 40 on average. Fortunately for us, we have a wonderful team of maintenance specialists who are doing their best to Band-Aid fix everything to keep our facilities safe and comfortable for students and staff for both campuses. But that is not sustainable. It can't go on. At some point, the facilities will not be safe, and we already have Arizona Department of Administration telling us that 80% of our buildings on the Tucson campus are poor condition. We do not have the money to renovate any of that. Third, our third challenge, as we are all aware, some of you have mentioned, is our budget. This is the third year of a budget deficit. We have been talking about the budget deficit for the last 3 years. Everybody knows this. I have been doing presentations, vlogs for staff and the community. So you know that we have a budget situation. You know that we have to make critical decisions at this time to figure out how to reduce our costs. Fortunately, the 6 years prior to the last 3, we did have more revenue than expenditures. So we had a cash balance for those years that we were able to carry along. That helped to cover our budget deficit 2 years ago. It helped to cover the budget deficit last year, and it will cover the budget deficit this year. But that money is running out. We cannot serve students without money. So you ask, what action have you, ASDB, taken? We have taken action. The first action we took was the development of the Master Facilities Plan. Do you remember that? We had town halls about that. We presented the information and we shared it with all of you. The master facility plan. The beginning of that plan came from the Arizona Auditor General. In 2022, they informed us we needed a multi-year capital improvement plan, and we agreed. We contracted with an architecture firm, and they came in and did a feasibility study of our student count, our student needs, our programs, and our facilities. We started with renovating the Tucson campus as our plan. It was the architect firm who raised the red flag and said that this was going to be too costly to renovate all 31 buildings on the Tucson campus. That it would be more than 10 years to do that. That was the advice and the recommendation from the architecture firm. They recommended instead new construction that we build on the Tucson campus, a new school building. And then that would allow us to sell part of the campus land. And we presented that to you community members, students, parents, staff. You know this. We also presented to you, the board, and the board voted to approve the plan to build new construction on Tucson campus and sell part of the remaining land. That was approved by the board in 2024. Since then, we have made multiple requests from the state to give us money so that we could move forward with that new building. The state is not giving us any money. What other actions have we taken? We've stopped hiring people. We have a hiring freeze. We are not replacing staff who retire or resign. We've stopped hiring. We've stopped giving you pay increases. Every year for about 8 years, we offered teachers and staff yearly raises. Last year, for the first time, we did not offer pay increases. And guess what? July 1st of this year, no one is going to get a pay increase again because we do not have the funding to do so. We have taken action, and it's not enough. Our student count continues to decline. Our revenue is tied to our student count. When that goes down, our revenue goes down. And again, it's not just happening on Tucson campus. It's happening at Phoenix campus as well. It's happening in our early learning programs with our itinerant services. All over, student counts are down. Therefore, revenue is following. Our costs, however, are continuing to increase. And our buildings continue to deteriorate. "2025 was the year that we, as leaders and the board, took the responsibility to try and figure out what we are going to do. We cannot go on and run out of money. We decided on a potential plan C. Could we move the Tucson campus? And that did start last fall. We looked around the Tucson community to see what was available, and nothing seemed to be a good fit. We didn't take this idea seriously at first. We were trying to figure out what to do. We can't stay on Tucson campus because it will become unsafe and uncomfortable for staff and students, and we have a responsibility here. So last summer, we started looking at our service delivery model. And currently, there are two parts to that. We have our campus-based programs and our itinerant services, and those two are separate. When we considered what if we realigned some of our resources to provide a continuum of services that could include cluster sites. The first school district we approached with that idea was Tucson Unified School District. Our intentions were honorable. We wanted to figure out how we can better meet the needs of our students with more limited resources. How can we collaborate with other school districts to make sure that our students get their needs met? That was the intention. Someone recently asked me, what if we just kept the status quo? That would be easy. Keep everything the same. The student count will continue to decline. The facilities will continue to deteriorate. And we will run out of funding. Once we run out of money, that is called receivership. And that it means you're broke. You don't have any money to pay your staff. You don't have funds to pay bills. If that happens, the state will come in and take over. And guess what? ASDB loses its identity, loses its independence, loses the ability to serve the students who are deaf and blind. And I don't want that to happen. I know that you don't want that to happen. We have to make difficult decisions now. And one part of that decision is the relocation from facilities that are deteriorating to a new location that is in good condition. It is a beautiful school facility and a beautiful area. And we have an opportunity to take in front of us right now. If we choose not to take this opportunity, will another one arise again? I don't know. So I too am angry. I too am sad. And I am grieving. We have to make difficult decisions. We have to lay off people. We cannot afford pay increases. We can't take care of our facilities. And I hope that all of us, and I hope you do intend what you mean when you said you want to collaborate with us in the future and support the future of ASDB. Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions for Superintendent Reichman?
This is Bill. Yes, I do. I attended the, am I on?
Bill. Earl Terry raised his hand first.
I'm sorry. Go.
Yes, who? Oh, was that Bill? Yes, thank you. I have listened to your comments, and they have touched my heart. They have painted a picture. And I listened to Annette, and what I'm hearing from Annette is, over the years as superintendent, you feel that what we're currently experiencing, the situation that we're in now, in effect, has been caused by the joint legislative, the JLAC. Your response leads me to ask another question. And I'm wondering if you could answer my first question.
Last spring, February, I did present to the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, or JLAC. Those state legislators did let me know at that time that there was no way they were going to be giving us funds for a new school building. They did also let us know that we need to figure out other options. They talked about micro schools. They were not interested in continuing to support a large campus program. And they were very direct with me. So what we are trying to do is keep the school alive. And we are trying to figure out how to do so.
Okay. I notice a domino effect. One thing is closed, is cut, impacts the next thing to close that is cut. And I can see it from previous meetings, previous reports. I suspect that we have to get in there and look at what our legal options are, feeling like there are external factors in our duties as deaf, blind, and for our students. If we are not given money, that's frustrating for all of us. We are grieving, we are struggling, I get that. But now I'm thinking of the topic of looking at our legal options, protecting ASDB's operation and operational integrity. Asking us as a board and you as the superintendent to investigate our legal options, evaluate the impact that it has, and then report back to us, the board.
I am not sure what you mean by our legal options.
Okay. President Buchanan, can I make a proposal? A motion?
This is, we're having a discussion item currently.
I feel that this is serious and I would like to do something, and you're asking us to do nothing. So I would like to make a motion.
Hey. We're going to keep the audience in a respectful manner. I've already stated this.
This is Joe Cato, the Assistant Attorney General's office. Board members can make a request that something be put on a future agenda. So to the extent that the motion is to put a topic on a future agenda, that is something that can be done at the appropriate time during this meeting which I believe at the end of the agenda there's an opportunity to do that. There is an agenda item pertaining to the relocation of the campus that we have not gone to yet. That is agenda item.
That's 5.2.
Agenda item 5.2. So there can be a discussion made at that time and a motion made at that time concerning that agenda item.
Thank you.
Board Member Terry, does that kind of answer your question statement?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And this is Board Member Diana.
Yes,
After Bill.
Yeah, Board Member Bill Kaler was next.
I'm going to take a couple minutes, so if you have a short question, go ahead, because I've got two.
Yes, mine is a brief question. It is for Superintendent Reichman. This is Diana Heron speaking. I know that ASDB has different funding sources prior to the 3 years, and then there was a change to become a local educational agency, or LEA. And I'd like to know how much of that was a change in funding and oversight through the Department of Education when we became an LEA. How much of that caused the change in revenue for the school?
I will begin with my response, and then I'll turn it over to Shayna, Assistant Superintendent Cooper. When we became an LEA, that did not change our funding. That did not change our funding. Shayna?
No, it did not. It did not increase our revenue streams, nor did it increase our funding sources. Specific to what increases happened after becoming an LEA, we have increased contracted transportation for our students, as well as one-to-one nursing services.
Thank you.
Board Member Kaler.
Thank you. One of the first things I learned, I used to hang around cowboys and stuff, and they said, when you find yourself digging a hole, you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. And I've heard consistently that our numbers are going down, down, down. And I said, for some reason, that number, that just didn't make any sense. So at the after September board meeting, I started to look into a little more specific data about students. And what I'd like to do is share a modified version of the chart that was shared in the community presentation. I don't know if it was shared in the staff presentation. Because
Board Member Kaler, our Attorney General is wanting to make a statement.
So I do have to emphasize that we need to stick to the agenda.
This is the agenda. This is the agenda.
The current agenda item is the superintendent's report.
Well, if you let me ask my question, then I think you'll find out it deals directly with that report.
We are not interrupting, but our Attorney General is allowed the privilege of advising the board member because that is what governance is.
So I'm going to suggest that to the extent that the conversation relates to the relocation of the Tucson campus as the agenda item, that we reserve discussion to that agenda item. Currently, right now, is the superintendent's report, which I understand is related to that agenda item, but in terms of open meeting law, deliberation and discussion concerning things that are on the agenda should take place at the appropriate time.
I don't have any problem with that. And what I'm saying is that I saw in my agenda a copy of the PowerPoint that was given to the staff. That's listed on the agenda. I expected there was going to be some elaboration on that report. Within that report that was shared with the community is a chart that talked about the declining enrollment. To me, that seems very appropriate to talk about that chart that was presented to staff as a basis for what we have in terms of decisions that are being proposed or in some cases seem like they've already been made. I want to clarify that. I'm asking the question for the superintendent, but unless I get to ask that question, it doesn't seem like we're going to get there. So I'm going to ask you again, Joe. Let me ask the question, then you decide if that's not a question you want me to ask.
I'm going to interrupt that really quick. I apologize. I did not, at the beginning of this meeting, we have two assistant attorney generals here on the stage with us that are behind this curtain. Our assistant attorney generals are here to advise us with policy, help us guide with open meeting law. So if you do see me look to the left, I am so sorry. These are our assistant attorney generals. Okay? We are a state agency, so our advisement comes from the Assistant Attorney General as a state agency. I'm sorry, Assistant Attorney General Akeda.
Yes, this is Assistant Attorney General Joe Akeda. So there was a PowerPoint, I believe, if there was an attachment to your agenda item. So if there is a question on that PowerPoint, and I don't have that in front of me, but if it pertains to that, that's a fair question here.
Attorney General Akeda, I believe that the point that is trying to be made is we can comment on the data that is in that chart. We cannot present forth our own personal interpretation of the data.
Yes, that is correct. So, Board Member Taylor, you may question Superintendent Reichman on the data that's presented in her PowerPoint. I just caution against bringing in new information that's not on the agenda because that creates open meeting issues. Thank you.
That's exactly what I intend to do, is question the data that's on that report.
We will refrain from public commentary further in the audience. Consider this a warning, please.
Let me start by saying thank you for your.
I think you need to use your mic.
Is that better? I'll do this. This is fine. Yeah. Thank you. I do want to thank you all for your kindness and your calmness in your presentations during the open comments at the beginning of the meeting. I was at that meeting on this campus in January.
Bill, we do have to stick to agendized items.
Thank you. I apologize for thanking you. So that being said, I sat at the meeting and I saw this chart. And so Superintendent Reichman, I looked at this chart and I said, I don't understand how from 2025 on there can be some projection of the number of births when, unless somebody's clairvoyant, how do you know what those births are?
Yes, Assistant Attorney General Joe Akeda. This chart here was not part of the agenda material, so we cannot have that discussed in the meeting.
Well, I'll beg your pardon and violate me.
Okay,
tell me what I can't
Board
do.
Member Kaler, this will serve as your warning prior to removal from this meeting.
I knew this was going to happen. You all had indicated a concern about speaking out, and I made a phone call to the Attorney General's office about speaking out, and I was told that there should be some protections. If a board member is not allowed to speak out, how can you all be expected to speak out?
Board Member Kaler, do you have a question about the agendized item directly to Superintendent
How did you come about not including data that would have been associated with the birth rates? Your birth rate suggests 2.2 per thousand. Other sources suggest that that rate of birth could be 6 per thousand. How was it that that data was not included in the discussion or that, that explanation of the data that was used to make decisions?
My understanding is that the current birth rate is 1.6. So instead of 2.2, it is actually 1.6.
Your chart shows 2.2.
But if you do look at it, so assuming that we continue with the birth rate of 2.2, then the birth rate of babies who are deaf or hard of hearing will remain stable, as long as birth rates remain stable. But the birth rate is not stable. The birth rate is declining. Therefore, we see a similar decline, related decline, to the births of babies who are deaf and hard of hearing.
Up through 2025, but after 2025, you have no information that suggests that birth rate and the level of deaf hard of hearing per thousand is going to stay the same, it's going to increase or decrease. And with the reputable sources that are saying that could go as high as 6 to 1,000, there's a tremendously large number of children that are either unidentified or underidentified that have hearing loss.
Superintendent Reichman, if I can interrupt, if we can have Director of Operations Albert Duff provide a little more context. He was the one that helped develop that chart.
My name is Albert Duff, the Director of Operations. Board President Buchanan, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Katchoff.
Albert, I'm going to interrupt you for a minute.
I would like to be able to answer that question.
That's fine, if you just let me
Okay.
say this. This question was directed to the superintendent.
I understand that, but I don't believe that the question is clear.
Go ahead.
Okay. 2.2 births per thousand is data from the Arizona Commission of Deaf and Hard of Hearing.
Correct. The other part of that is that there are reputable sources that recognize that could go as high as 6. So we have a gap somewhere in there that was not accounted for. And what that says to me as I look at the chart, there's a large group of children that are either unidentified or certainly underidentified. As we heard our early childhood person talk here, some parents don't know, they're afraid to ask. If we can't get into that unidentified population, that's where your numbers are going to come from. And if we look at the rate of 6 per 1,000, what we're going to see is potentially 400 plus more children. And I chose to look at the year 2020 to ask if at 2020 that number rose to over 400 above the number that was on your chart. Those children are now school age. And we know that the largest number of children that have hearing loss have acquired hearing loss. So those are children who haven't even been identified yet, and yet they're going to show up in schools. They're going to show up here. They're going to show up in public schools somewhere. And somebody's going to say, where is ASDB to help us? That's question number one. Go ahead. That's a lot of numbers, I know.
When you are talking about the data, I would be happy to sit down and share with you what data we are working from. Because I do think from the data and our understanding, we are serving most families in the state of Arizona who have babies who are identified with hearing loss. And we are very proud of our early learning program and our early intervention services because we have reached out to most families in the state and we have provided services to them.
I understand, and I have no question about the early learning program because we heard from a person here who cited exactly what happens. And that's the type of service that we need to have. And our early program, by our own data, says it's increasing. My suggestion is there's a deeper look at that, not at the birth to 3, but at the 5 and above, because that's where the big population is going to hit schools. And it's going to hit schools next year. And the reason I asked that question is then that's, I would think, legislation or information that would go to JLAC to say, no, you need to fix our buildings, we need more. Because we got a lot more kids that are potentially going to be here. And that's the deaf, hard of hearing population. There's the equally important information about the visions, but we'll finish with the deaf part first.
Board Member Kaler, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're talking about an increase of possibly 400 deaf and hard of hearing children, we're talking about that as a statewide projection. These are not 400 children that are at school age that are exclusively attending the Tucson campus, which is what a lot of this discussion is about. We are talking about 400 statewide that would be in our itinerant services or possibly our PDSD campus or served in their home districts exclusively without ASDB intervention. So I don't feel that throwing around an inflated number of 400 in a way that skews it towards Tucson campus alone is a fair assessment of what we are actually here to talk about, which is moving our Tucson campus and preserving a statewide agency.
I appreciate your perspective. We disagree. There is more than just what goes on the Tucson campus, and those 400 children could end up anywhere. Even a handful of those children ending up on the Tucson campus, not to grow up here and live here forever, but certainly to be on the Tucson campus is going to have a significant impact on what goes on the Tucson campus.
Board Member Kaler, I would like to remind you that our agency serves around 1,875 students, with 114 being served on our Tucson campus. That's approximately, I believe, 14%. So if you wanted to add that 400 students to our total, we are only talking about percentage-wise a small few percent above 14% for our Tucson campus.
Good guess. And that's exactly why I said after 2025, you can't make an accurate projection on what may happen in terms of birth. What also has happened, which was a critical piece for me, is there's been a massive increase in the measles outbreak in Arizona as well as nationally.
I'm going to interrupt here. The current agenda item right now is Superintendent Reitman's report, and so you do need to stay to that item. This is my guidance concerning open meeting law, which is something that all state agencies and all multi-member bodies of the state have to abide by. And so I am just cautioning that we are veering away from the current agenda item.
So,
and if the data or any other item wants to be the subject of a future agenda, that motion can be made.
Just so I'm clear, because I'm still trying to figure out this whole open meeting thing, and I'm doing everything I can to preserve the integrity of honoring that open meeting. So I am not allowed to ask a question about the absence of data in a report that is being used for the basis of decisions for the future of this school. Am I understanding that correct?
So the current topic is the superintendent's report. You may ask the superintendent about her report, but to the extent we're bringing in new information about it, that needs to be agendized as such. And again, there is an agenda item for the Tucson relocation, so if there's discussion related to that, it should be presented at that time. The county attorney's office does investigate open meeting violations, and so I'm making sure that we're not running afoul of any of those laws.
Board Member Kaler, we can move on from this item, and you can ask your, I believe, second or third question. I know you said you had a few.
In the data that was presented in your presentation, there was no data on students with visual impairment. Why not?
What are you asking me to do?
provide data about the rate of students with visual impairment. There was no data in that report.
Okay, okay. I will give you some numbers now. Right now, Tucson campus at ASB has about 35 students. Right now, PDSD has about 25 deafblind students. The early learning program has about 106 families with blind and visually impaired children. And then about 35 of preschool students at Foundations at the Blind, FBC. Itinerant Services has 311 students who are blind and visually impaired all over the state of Arizona that our Itinerant Services provides services to those students.
So, Joe, do I get to ask a question on this, or do I have to ask a question later? And I'm not trying to be flippant, but I am telling you, I'm trying to ask questions to get to a point where the board has advised us some valuable information that I believe is germane to this discussion. Whether it's this item or not, tell me where to put it, because I'm going to ask questions.
I'm going to recommend that the board move on. This item was presented as an informational item, not a discussion item. So I would invite a motion to be made at the appropriate time if there is a future agenda item to be placed. So at this time, I would recommend that the board move on.
Assistant Attorney General, that is heard, and we'll be moving forward to 1.4. Actually, we're going to actually take a break. We'll take an approximate 15-minute break to give our interpreters here a break, and we'll come back at 5:50.
Thank you, Bill, for being honest. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, yeah, I do.
There's one that way. There's one that way. I'll show you. There's one that way.
Are you guys going to the dressing room? Right, but if there's one over here?
Yeah.
About 1 minute. Of a break, but we're going to come back to the meeting. And we're going to go ahead with agenda item 1.4, Assistant Superintendent Cooper.
Good evening, Board President Buchanan, Superintendent Reichman, Deputy Assistant Superintendent Ketchoff, members of the board, ASDB, staff, students, families, and community. The last several months have been emotionally taxing as we navigate difficult yet necessary conversations. As you are already aware, the agency is managing an unprecedented level of oversight. We've been working on addressing the Arizona Auditor General's September 2022 sunset review recommendations that had not been fully implemented and identified in their February 2025 follow-up report. Additionally, the forensic and performance audits authorized in December 2024 by the Joint Legislative Audit Committee have been underway and are now concurrently being integrated into our 2026 sunset review. All of the fieldwork and final reports are scheduled to be done by October 1st, 2026. This combination of audits, each conducted by different firms, is exceptionally rare. It subjects our educational programs, campuses, and services, along with the integrity of our financial operations, to intense scrutiny. We've been fully cooperating, and some of us welcome the level of oversight the audits bring because it provides the objective verification needed to move forward. Similar to other schools in Arizona and across the nation, we are all aware of the challenging financial realities many schools are facing. For those of you that may not be familiar with the fiscal challenges we've been facing, there's been questions on how we got here. Is it tied to the whistleblower allegations of financial mismanagement? To answer the questions and to address some of the concerns specific to ASDB, the shortfall last year and this year has been brought on by a number of factors, such as our declining student enrollment, increased student support needs, rising operating costs due to inflation, less federal funding, a reduction in state general fund appropriations, and other revenue and funding sources, and the change in our LEA status due to the passage of House Bill 2863, in which we just mentioned, increased our contractual obligations for both one-to-one nursing and student transportation services. On top of that, special education in Arizona remains underfunded. Because school funding is largely based on the number of students we serve, fewer students means fewer resources. However, fixed costs do not decrease proportionately. In layman terms, as Superintendent Reichman mentioned, our expenses continue to outpace our revenues, which means we are spending more than we bring in. The reality has placed an increased strain on our ability to maintain our educational programs, staff positions, without compromising how we provide those educational services. We began seeing that budget gap in 2024 when we ended the year with a $1.8 million shortfall, $2.5 million shortfall last year, and we're projected to end this year with a shortfall of over $3 million, assuming no significant changes. We've been able to rely on our unrestricted cash balances from prior operating surpluses to cover the shortfalls. However, these reserves are continuing to be depleted and will eventually no longer be able to support the operating gaps. None of that information has been hidden. It has been part of our public board presentations, our financial reports, legislative bills, and budget requests. We've consistently shared the data. Transparency means being honest about the fact that we can no longer afford to not take any action. In response to the 2022 Sunset Review, consecutive escalating budget shortfalls, and after narrowly avoiding closure in early 2024, after the contentious debate in the Arizona legislature, which resulted in a 4-year extension rather than our normal 8 or 10-year extension, we've been focused on providing the viability of our operating model to try to secure funding and legislative support. We've already mentioned that this year our review has included looking at enrollment and demographic studies to project some of our future student needs. We've also done budget analysis to identify specific areas of financial strain, any potential savings. We've also received input from our educational leaders to ensure we try to remain the primary focus of looking at our students. We've also conducted facility assessments to determine the most efficient and effective use of our physical buildings along with our campuses. After weighing all of the available data, it became clear that we must right-size and be proactive with identifying a strategy for survival. We've shared that we literally have no funds to allocate for the massive maintenance needs of the Tucson campus. Making the move to a leased, maintained facility provides that fiscal necessity. The total estimated replacement value for the 56-acre historic Speedway campus is $106 million, and it cost us approximately $3 million just to maintain the buildings. We have over $1 million included in that just to pay for utilities for the staff and students that are spread across the 31 buildings that require security, heating, and cooling. The announcement of the intent to relocate to the Tucson campus and lease the Copper Creek Elementary School may have felt sudden to some. However, the data driving it has been actually shared for quite some time now. We've also had to be mindful that the amphitheater public schools had not yet finalized nor publicized their plans of their school closures. We prioritized securing a viable, safe location for our students before announcing the move to ensure we weren't just presenting a problem, but a proposed solution. That way, we can try and divert funds from the brick and mortar directly into instruction, support, and services for all students. If the relocation is approved, starting in the summer of 2026 for $1.3 million a year, we're expected to achieve a 50% reduction in total operating cost, saving roughly $1.5 annually by 2029. We'll then begin the process of developing plans to sell or lease parcels of the land on the Tucson campus, and we'll present that to the board for approval shortly thereafter. We're also continuing to assess plans for the Phoenix campus. Our demographic and enrollment studies revealed a clear trend that campus-based enrollment has dropped by approximately 37% since school year 2018. That reflects a substantial reduction in the students attending our physical campuses. Specifically on the Tucson campus, enrollment has dropped from a peak of 375 students in the 90s to roughly 115 students currently, leaving the campus at only approximately 25% of its 400 student capacity. Looking at not just the antiquated physical buildings on the Tucson campus, but the residential program, it was determined that the program would no longer be fiscally or operationally viable because of the small number of students. And as a reminder, unlike other schools, per Arizona statute, parents cannot choose to directly enroll their children at an ASDB campus. Instead, the local school district of residence must officially refer the students. Identified in the 2022 Sunset Review were concerns that the itinerant services program, which supports our students in the home school districts, may be collecting more revenue than necessary. And if you remember, they notated the $13 million that's been underutilized in the Cooperative Services Fund. Because of that, as a proactive measure to address the recommendation, we explored other options on whether our blind, visually impaired services from a campus-based model could be looked at to an outreach model. Through those studies, we determined the students could still receive their instruction, support, and services. They would just be provided a little different than how they're currently provided. They would still receive their instruction, support, and services in a different model through the implementation of the cluster site. Under the model, in collaboration with our school districts, students can receive the specialized services at specific school district sites rather than a physical location at a school site that ASDB owns and operates. Our IEP teams are determining if Copper Creek or a local school district placement is the most appropriate setting for the students. Pickup and drop-off times may change. We're currently finalizing transportation to ensure the smooth transition for families living outside of Oro Valley. Despite the physical challenges, ASDB remains legally obligated and committed to providing FAPE for all students. In addition to relocating the Tucson campus, we also needed to find ways to decrease operational cost. Through those different analyses, we identified more savings through a reduction of payroll expenses. As a reminder, over 77% of our budget is tied to payroll. This past year, we've implemented a hiring freeze. We closed all vacant positions. We did not refill positions when staff members resigned or retired. And we've been able to reduce payroll slightly through attrition measures. However, that's not been enough to reduce payroll. Understanding the emotional impact and efforts to limit the layoffs where possible, based on input from several staff and leaders, we identified positions to eliminate, and we identified staff positions where we would reduce their work calendars. Specific to the layoffs, there were a total of 79 positions identified. 28 of them are temporary, probationary, or limited time appointments, and 51 of them are permanent positions. There are a few supervisory positions that are certified teachers who have a preferred right to employment in a teaching position. When categorizing those positions by area, 30 of them are within agency operations, and 49 are with educational programs. That totals about $4.5 million in potential reduction of payroll in our 2027 budget. Those staff were identified based on whether they would be needed should the Tucson campus be relocated, what support would be needed for the Tucson campus cluster site, and whether the class content for the campus-based schools would be offered for the upcoming school year. In accordance with the reduction in force policy, a clear order of separation is mandated and designed to shield those in a permanent position. We are required to release temporary and probationary employees first, including those in limited time appointments or legislatively funded roles. Before we do any reduction in force actions, staff members will look at full permanent status. Included in today's agenda item 6.2 are the 51 permanent positions we've identified to lay off that require board approval. The remaining 28 positions do not require board approval per policy. The effective date of those positions being laid off would be June 30, 2026. On a more positive note, as part of our plan to support teacher and staff professional development, we will give salary increases for advancements and certifications. Staff who are on the teacher and related services salary schedules will be able to move up the salary schedule based on their completion of approved coursework or advanced degrees, and any staff member who is on the classified special recruitment, and interpreter salary schedules will also move up the salary schedule based on their attainment of specific role-related certifications. Although those increases were not included in the 2026 budget, they will be honored in the 2027 budget and will take effect in July 2026. All of these measures combined are expected to generate between $5 to $6 million in savings towards balancing the budget in 2027. And before I close, I want to briefly clarify inaccurate statements about ASDB not being able to accept donations. That statement is not accurate. We can and do receive monetary donations. As a state-funded agency, we are generally prohibited from using public resources, which are taxpayer dollars, to launch or manage private fundraising campaigns. State employees are restricted from soliciting donations directly during work hours, and ASDB cannot use its own state personnel or our budget to establish an external 501c3 foundation. Any individuals interested in forming a new 501c3 can reach out to me directly. That will ensure our partnership remains compliant with state conflict of interest laws and that the nonprofit remains truly independent of the agency's administrative resources. I also want to provide a little more context before Maria Murphy discusses agenda item 7.1, which is on policy DBA, specific to our trust funds. We are asking to expand the allowability of the trust funds to include improvements in information technology infrastructure based on feedback from the auditors during the 2022 Sunset Review. They identified the trust funds as a source of available financing to help fund capital improvement projects and ongoing operating and maintenance costs. Currently, the cash balance in the fund is $160,000. In closing, understanding that cost alone is not a permissible reason to remove or substantially alter a placement when that placement is necessary for students to receive FAPE, moving to a safer, more efficient facility at Copper Creek, and aligning our staff numbers with our student enrollment, we are trying to protect our core mission of providing high-quality specialized education for every student. The 2022 Sunset Review specifically highlighted our struggles to manage all of our capital needs because of the lack of a comprehensive multi-year plan to address millions of dollars in identified facility needs. The relocation is the direct fulfillment of the master facility plan that we presented last year to rectify that audit finding. Between the reduction in force and the Tucson campus relocation, we're establishing a multi-year budget plan that balances our expenses with our actual Tucson campus enrollment. And as a suggestion, if there are concerns specific to implementing the cluster site model for the blind visually impaired services, it may be best to separate that topic from the decisions of the Tucson campus relocation and reduction in force. We may want to schedule a special meeting or work study session to discuss that specific model at a later date. However, we need to keep in mind that time is of the essence. This will allow more time for a thorough discussion with the board, but again, I'd suggest that that be kept separate from the approvals that we're asking for today. These are tough times, and understandably, there are concerns from students, staff, families, alumni, the community, regarding the loss of the residential program, the remodeling of how our blind visually impaired students would receive their specialized instruction, and the perceived lack of transparency in our decision-making process. We can all agree that change is necessary. What we collectively may not agree on is who, what, when, where, why, and how. The administration does request that the board approve these measures. Your vote to approve the measures will help us manage the budget and ensure there is some type of long-term sustainability. Your vote to not approve the action risks the continued lack of funds needed to address the necessary renovations for the deteriorating Tucson and Phoenix campuses. We also risk the potential of our deficit growing because the savings from the relocation and the reduction in force will not be able to cover our day-to-day operations, and we may not have enough funding to maintain all of our core educational programs. And because we are a state agency, there may be aggressive oversight or legislative intervention from the Arizona Auditor General or the state legislature. The history of the Speedway campus is valued and respected. For over a century, the buildings have served a landmark for our community. However, as we face the decision of prioritizing our future, we must remember the heart of ASDB isn't a specific zip code or a collection of historic bricks. It's actually maintaining the specialized and instruction services for our deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired students, regardless of where the buildings are. Our mission is to ensure that the expertise follows the child wherever they are. And if the decision is to choose between preserving the old buildings or preserving our student services, I think we'd all choose our students. And each of you on the board have entrusted each of us as leaders to make a prudent, data-driven decision that is in the best interest of the agency. Every dollar spent on the high maintenance costs of AV infrastructure is a dollar that could be spent in the classroom, retaining teachers and staff, and modernizing our programs and services. I urge the board to prioritize the mission over the maintenance. And that wraps up my report for today.
Assistant Superintendent Cooper, I appreciate your report. I know this is an information item, but I'd like to ask if you could speak on to what receivership is and what that might look like for our agency if we were to head down that path.
I need to ask a question before you answer that, because I understood this was an information item and not for discussion. So I was cut off from asking a question, and I'm asking, why is it that you have the privilege to ask a question when I was not?
Board Member Taylor, again, this will be another warning for you on the decorum of how meetings are run.
I beg your pardon.
Board President Buchanan, in terms of receivership as Superintendent Reichman, that means that we can be taken over by the state, as I mentioned in my report. That could mean by the state legislature, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, any one of us, because we are a state agency that can take, that can actually happen. As I mentioned, we're not able to continue to pay day-to-day.
This is your last warning, audience member. If there is another disruption, you will actually be removed. I am concerned about my interpreter that is standing 2 seats away from you and the constant stream of comments you are making. That is going to affect her ability to interpret. So I would ask you to actually politely move a couple seats over so our interpreters can clearly interpret for our Okay, but I think you can at least move 1 seat over to give our interpreter some respect. This is going to be your last warning before you will be removed. Okay, so we will stop your commentary, correct? I'm so sorry, Assistant Superintendent.
As I mentioned, that means that as a state agency, any of the legislative body oversights can take over ownership of ASDB. And as I mentioned, pertaining to the continuation of utilizing our surpluses to deplete our revenues and our surpluses, will not be able to pay our day-to-day operating expenses, and some of our core educational programs will not be able to continue at the pace that we're operating now.
Thank you for that point of clarification. We can move on to agenda item 1.5, information item. Interim W Assistant Superintendent Shakoff.
Good afternoon, Board President Buchanan, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, and the ASDB community. Last week, the ASDB leadership in this board received a notice from the Arizona Auditor General that ASDB's sunset review has officially been initiated. That sunset review will result in a publicly released audit report, which is due to the legislature no later than October 1st. I'm assuming that if this report is due on October 1st, the auditors will finish gathering everything they need no later than August, maybe sooner. Remember that August is only 6 months away. So why does that matter? Over the next 4 to 6 months, the Arizona Auditor General will be determining, and I quote, the efficiency and effectiveness of ASDB's operations and how well it is meeting its statutory responsibilities. Just as a reminder, during our sunset review, which will happen in the legislative session starting in January 2027, and will be based on that report that the Auditor General will be finalizing by October, legislators will be deciding if ASDB, which includes the 2 campuses, our Deaf Mentor program, our itinerant program, and our Birth to 5 programs will be, and I quote, continued, modified, or terminated. In this sunset report, the one that's due in October, there's about 14 specific things that they're going to be looking into. 2 which are pertinent for tonight are, 1, and I quote, the extent to which changes are necessary for the agency to more efficiently and effectively fulfill key statutory objectives and purposes, or to eliminate statutory responsibilities that are no longer necessary. The second item, and I quote, is the extent to which the agency has addressed deficiencies. If this administration and this board cannot come up with a plan in the next couple of months to address these items and show proof of implementation by August, in January during our sunset review, our elected officials at the Capitol will make a plan themselves. Any of us can look up JLAC's December 2024 meeting to get an idea of what that plan is. And you all can make a decision yourself if you think that's the better plan. Over the last 3 years, ASDB leadership has met with the leaders of the early learning program, itinerant services, and the 2 campuses to discuss the student count, IEP minutes, their staffing needs for next year, and where we could potentially tighten things up to find cost savings. We've tried lobbying the legislature, finding funding sources, requesting capital improvements to repair the buildings, and all these external requests have been shot down. At this point, there is no easy way to find substantial savings and address $3 million in deficit. My board report does list some of the ways our educational programs, including our Birth to 3 program, which everybody in this room knows, that's one of the most important areas to start services, and how those are being impacted. I think all of us here tonight, on the board, on this stage, and in the audience, agree that we need to look at ASDB differently than we have in the past. But how we do that remains the area of debate. Tonight, the board gets to vote on one plan and decide if this plan being proposed increases our efficiency and effectiveness of ASDB's operations and addresses our deficiencies and puts us in a more fiscally stable position when we're in front of the Sunset Committee less than a year from now. Unfortunately, here in Arizona, over the last 2 years, many school boards have been asked to vote on plans like this. They too have been asked to close schools or relocate schools. They've been asked to vote for a reduction in force, to the disapproval of those in the audience and the hardworking employees who potentially will no longer have a job. When Amphitheater Board approved closing of 4 schools last month, members of their community were rightfully upset, saying, I don't feel like anybody's listening to what I have to say, or I feel like the district's already made its mind up a long time ago about what was going to happen. When the Cave Creek Board voted in February to close 2 schools, the community was quoted in the paper saying that the vote felt rushed and that more time was needed to make the best decision for students, as well as we need time to pause until we have more representatives to look at these factors. When Scottsdale Unified voted in December to close 2 schools, that community accused their board of being deliberately dishonest and chastised them for not allowing all stakeholders to look at ways to cost cuts. In December, Kyrene voted to close 6 schools over the next 2 years. And that board was accused of not making community-driven decisions. This list could go on, but I'm going to stop there. What makes the decision for this board even harder than those made by other Arizona school boards is that ASDB is unique. The programming on the 2 campuses is unique. The Tucson campus and the neighborhood it resides in is unique. I'm sure that every deaf school and blind school across America is unique. But that said, I've been able to find that since 2009, there's been approximately 9 programs for the deaf or blind across the U.S. that have been closed. And I hope whatever decisions the board makes or does not make tonight or in the future can keep ASDB, all of ASDB, the entire agency, from not being added to that list. So board, I do not envy any of you tonight. I don't believe there's a perfect plan to get ASDB under budget and to be on good financial footing over the next 3 years, which is what JLAC's looking for. I think any plan to find $3 million at this point is going to impact a part of ASDB's programming and upset parts of the community. The weight of this deficit is real, and it's heavy. If this administration and board cannot come up with a plan in the next couple months and show implementation of said plan soon, we'll be handing this over to the auditors, the legislators, and other controlling forces to do so. And as mentioned, anybody can watch the December 2024 JLAC meeting to get an idea of some of the things that they're proposing. You all have my report. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Moving on, we are at consent agenda item, or action item 2.1, approval of the consent agenda consistent with board policy to include items 3.2, 3.3, 5.1, 6.1, 7.3, and 7.4. I do have a comment about this. I was alerted via email that there was an incorrect donation that was coded, but it came in a little late for the agenda to reflect the change. But we are going to go ahead with the action item of approval. I will need a motion to approve these.
Excuse me, Superintendent. Brittany. I do want to add, I know the comment came in from, I believe, Katie regarding the $500.
Correct.
It was actually posted correctly for the math club. I think you may be inaccurately referencing the action item that we're requesting for the international travel for PTSD. So the $500 donation made by AZAD is correctly reflected in the agenda item. If you take a look at agenda item 7.3-1, it does reference the donation to PDSD for the $500 is deposited into the middle school math club fee account, for clarification. Sorry for the interruption.
I appreciate the clarification, Assistant Superintendent. With that clarification, I will take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I need a second.
This is Linda Bove, second.
All in favor, aye.
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 Aye. Is there any opposed? We can move on now to 3.1. This is also an action item. It is approval of new district agreements.
Board President Buchanan, members of the board, we do have 2 new agreements for our itinerant. One is in Region 3, that's with the Academy of Tucson, and one is in Region 1, it is a BIE school.
Perfect. Can I get a motion to approve this item?
This is Linda Bove. I move to approve item 3.1 and 3.2.
We have already covered 3.2 in the consent agenda, so we're just looking for 3.1.
Okay, 3.1. Sorry about that.
We'll
So I move to approve 3.1.
Fantastic. We'll take a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Next, we skip down to agenda item 4.1. This is an information item, and it is our finance report with Director of Business Services, Kim Bitrich.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board President Buchanan, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, Acting and Deputy Assistant Superintendent Katchov, ASDB community, and members of the board. You have been provided my most recent financial report that covers financial data for December 2024 and 2025. The Finance Committee meeting was held on Wednesday, January 7th, with Board President Buchanan, Board Member Gordon, Superintendent Reichman, and Assistant Superintendent Cooper. During this meeting, we reviewed the November 24 and 2025 board reports, financial reports. This total student count provided in the board report for January 6, 2026 shows 1,875 students, compared to 1,932 students as of January 1st, 2025. A total decrease of 57 students. All areas have decreased, while birth to 3 increased by 2 students. When comparing the student count to December 1st, 2025, total of 1,860 students, the student count has increased by 15, mostly in the birth to 3. As of January 1st, we had 577 full-time equivalent positions, which includes 8.5 FTE at FBC. At that time, we employed 661 staff. The hiring freeze remains in effect for the agency. The highlights of the December 25 financial report shows a total revenue of $17.1 million, was $5.8 million higher than the December 24 revenue of $11.2 million. The major difference is the increase in the institutional vouchers, federal grants, and classroom site fund revenues. The increase in the classroom site fund is mostly due to the increase in the per pupil allocation from $792 last year to $842 this year. The budget fiscal year 25 obligated expenses of $33.6 million were $1.6 million higher than budget fiscal year 2026. Obligated expenses of $32.1 million. The decreases in salary and professional and outside services are offset by an increase in employer-related expenses. The decrease in professional and outside services is from a decrease in contracted transportation for students. The financial report shows an increase in our fund balance of $5.7 million due to the increase in cash received from the institutional vouchers. The voucher reimbursements provided to the districts at the end of the school year will utilize approximately $5.5 million of that increased fund balance. This concludes my report of the agency's financial status, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Since the director opened herself for questions, is there any questions from any board members for Director Bitrich?
Again, I'm going to ask the question. It says it's information and not for discussion.
This is Assistant Attorney General Joe Cada. So to clarify, the information is coming from the presenter. The board is entitled to ask questions of the presenter for more information. The lack of discussion in the item is discussion between the board members with respect to what the item is.
Thank you.
Director, thank you. I see no questions.
Thank you.
On the agenda, the next item is going to be 5.2. However, I am moving 7.2, which is information and discussion item, legislative update, with our Director of Policy and Government Relations, Maria Murphy.
Good evening, Board President Buchanan, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendents, staff, students, members of the community. For the record, my name is Maria Murphy, and I am the ASDB Director of Policy and Government Relations. I am here to offer you an update regarding the 2026 legislative session. And I am pleased to be able to let you know that ASDB was able to introduce Senate Bill 1760. And this bill is titled Capital Improvements and Financing Authority. So you may recall that back at the November board meeting, I introduced 4 separate bills to take to the legislature. And although I sought prime sponsorship for the 4 bills, I was advised that 2 of the bills would not really be a good vehicle for us to try to get the additional financing that we needed. I was advised that the third-party financing bill and the lease purchase, lease to own bills were the best vehicle for us to try to pursue additional financing options. That being said, I spent the month of December and part of January trying to seek a prime sponsor among the Republican Party, and I was unfortunately unsuccessful. That, again, having been said, let me back up, slow down. Senate Minority Leader Priya Sundaresan agreed to act as the prime sponsor for this bill. It was introduced on Monday, and it was first read at the state Senate this morning. I was a little bit disappointed to find that the bill was assigned to the Government Committee instead of the Education Committee or the Government Efficiency and Regulatory Affairs. So that having been said, with it being assigned to the Government Committee, I went ahead and contacted people in the House of Representatives and requested that a mirror bill be introduced over in the House of Representatives. So for those of you who don't know, a mirror bill is a bill that has the exact same language, but it's just originating out of the other house. So we will have two bills, one originating out of the House and one originating out of the Senate. The Assistant Minority Leader, Nancy Gutierrez, has agreed to be the prime sponsor for the House bill. And we will see where that bill gets assigned. So before I proceed any further, does anybody have any questions about the Senate bill and the House bill?
Do we have a House bill number yet?
We do not have a House bill number yet. Representative Gutierrez will be taking the bill language to the Legislative Council so that they can produce a set of introductory bills, and then it will go into the hopper. And once it goes into the hopper, then we will receive a number, and it will hopefully be assigned to committee.
Was that Board Member Terry?
This is Board Member Terry. Hello, Earl speaking, and I missed what you said as far as the 4 bills. You said 2 were thrown out. What were the 2 that were thrown out?
So it wasn't, so excuse me, President Buchanan, Board Member Terry, they were not really thrown out. That would not be an accurate statement. The 2 bills where we were advised would not be good options for ASDB to pursue were the license plate bill, which we would have to put a substantial amount of money up front. And the other one was the state lottery fund because of the budget situation at the state right now. We know that there is not a big surplus at all that the legislature is working with at the moment, and to have another agency try to get in to receive lottery funds, we were told that that would not be a very popular move. So we were advised that third-party financing, lease to own, and lease purchase were our best options to try to proceed forward with.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions for Maria?
Do the questions have to relate to those 2 Senate bills?
They have to relate to the
Well, there were 4 of them, but.
legislative update.
Perhaps President Buchanan, Board Member Kaler, it might be helpful if I proceeded with the rest of my report. And then we could go to questions. So the other bills that I am currently monitoring right now are House Bill 2188, which is sponsored by Majority Whip Willoughby, and it concerns a language acquisition grant program. It passed out of the Health and Human Services Committee on Monday, and there was a strike everything amendment related to that bill. I do want to let you know that we, ASDB did raise some concerns regarding that bill to Representative Willoughby, both with the original language of the bill and the strike everything amendment. ASDB did not testify at the Health and Human Services Committee because we opted to go ahead and speak directly with the bill sponsor privately, and I am hopeful that we will be able to get some favorable language amended onto the bill. The other 2 bills that I am watching very closely right now passed out of the House Education Committee just this past Tuesday, and they are House Bill 2383 and 2384. And these were sponsored by Chairman Matt Gress. And they specifically are with regards to school districts and their ability to lease. And the reason that I'm watching this is because these bills were directly in response to the Isaac Elementary situation that occurred last year, where Isaac Elementary did end up going into receivership, and the Tolson School District extended them a lease and then offered them the ability to do a lease purchase and purchase have Isaac Elementary purchase it back after a period of, I believe, 10 years. And this transaction proved to be of concern to Chairman Gress, and so he has introduced these bills that are starting to tighten the ability of school districts to lease to other school districts. And this is obviously of concern to ASDB because one of the things that we are looking at is potentially a lease agreement with the Amphitheater School District, that if these bills take effect, they would not they would take effect 90 days after the end of the legislative session. But I do have some concerns that this issue with leases and lease purchase and the ability of districts to be able to be a little bit more creative with their own property, I do believe that we're probably going to see more of these bills in the next legislative session. So I think we're going to probably continue to see a lot of restrictions starting to come around with these bills.
Is there any questions for Maria on these bills or the bills that she's watching?
I'd like to clarify.
This is Superintendent
The
Reichman.
last bill, this is Board Member Diana, from the 2383, and what was the other number?
2383 and 2384. 2383 would affect the ability of school districts to lease in order to for somebody to build a housing development, and 2384 is a bill that would basically amend the requirements for school districts to be able to engage in lease agreements. So that's the one that I'm a little bit more concerned about, is 2484, because it prohibits a governing board from leasing school property. It caps the maximum length of a lease from the current 99 years to 20 years. It would require a governing board to obtain voter approval for a lease. If it goes over 10 years, it would also, I'm trying to see what else. It would prohibit a governing board from purchasing a school site that could be outside of the school district's boundaries. And yeah, so it's really starting to tighten up those requirements for school districts. And when we're potentially entering into a lease agreement, that's concerning.
And this is Board Member Herron again. How does that affect us? How do we compare it to like a district school?
Yes. So Board President Buchanan, Board Member Herron, these bills do not, as they are written, currently affect ASDB. It would affect a district school. That having been said, if ASDB is looking to potentially lease, either now or in the future, from a district school, if these bills pass, it could restrict the school district's ability to lease. And I am concerned that this is potentially a slippery slope, and this could just be the start of more of this type of legislation. So what happens to our district schools affects us too, because we are partners with district schools.
And this is Board Member Herron. So our attempt to lease Amphi could, as a district, that could affect our ability to lease with them?
Yes. Yes. So if the bill passes, the bill would take effect 90 days after the end of the session. So usually that's around September. And it could potentially affect contracts in the future. It's something to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Maria, I appreciate you being on the spot and moving that agenda item up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next up on the agenda is, I'm sorry, I'm only hesitating because I know this is going to be a very large agenda item that's very emotionally charged. And I'm just trying to consider if our interpreters might need a small break prior to a very large agenda item. We can go ahead with 5.2. It's going to be a discussion and action item. This is going to be the approval to relocate the Tucson campus to a new school site. Pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, the board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the board's attorneys as it relates to this agenda item. I'm so sorry, Superintendent, I read that and that was you.
I do apologize. I thought you were moving into executive session.
Nope, I just read 5.2 as a discussion and action item. We have not taken a vote on an executive session or not.
I would prefer to bring Albert Duff up to speak to the Copper Creek facilities as well as our proposed relocation.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Buchanan, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper and Katchoff. My name is Albert Duff, for the record, and I'm the Director of Operations. And I make myself available for any questions that you may have.
At this point, does the board have questions?
Yes, this is Board Member Herron. I'm sorry, Albert, what is your role? I'm trying to remember what your role is.
I am the Director of Operations, so I take care of facilities, transportation, and many other departments.
Okay. Thank you.
Board President Buchanan, this is Superintendent Reichman. I will go ahead and speak a little bit.
Okay.
I did already, during my superintendent's report to you all, talk a little bit about our proposed relocation from the Tucson campus to Copper Creek Elementary School facility. You are all aware of the reasoning behind this and our request. The Tucson campus is a very large campus. It was originally designed for over 300 students. Currently, we have less than 125 students. So that is about 25% of capacity for the Tucson campus. It really is not designed for a small group of students. The Copper Creek facility, one reason we were interested in that facility is because when we were looking at our master facilities plan and the requirements listed therein for our school buildings, because again, we were originally intending to build on Tucson campus, but Copper Creek's square footage did align pretty well. Most of our needs can be met there. So that discussion did start in November or December, and we were trying to figure out if we could relocate. Would Amphi be interested in doing that? Amphi themselves, the school district, and they let us know that it was something they would be interested in, but they needed approval from their board. And they wanted us to keep quiet until they had the opportunity to discuss it with their board. So we did try to honor that request to see how we could make this happen. I personally believe the time is now. We need to decide, will we move or not? And if we do not decide to move, then we are going to have to figure out another option. And I don't know what other options there are left, because we have been looking into this for quite some time, almost 3 years. So I am seeking for the board to seriously consider to vote in favor of the relocation.
Is this where we ask to go into executive session? Add another procedure, so help me with it.
If Superintendent Reichman has finished her report on this, we can make a motion to go into executive session if no one else has any questions currently.
So pending no further questions, I make a motion that we adjourn to executive session.
Before we will take a vote on that, I do have a question. As far as the contentious point of this is, we have deaf students going to Copper Creek. We have a cluster site at TUSD for blind students. Or I guess I should revise my language. I will revise my language to say that we are attempting a cluster site at TUSD. My apologies for misspeaking. The current plan is Copper Creek, looks like the deaf students are going there, possibly a cluster site at TUSD for blind. This is the facts. My question is, how did we arrive to the decision to separate into a cluster site possible cluster site at TUSD for blind only, and Copper Creek facility for deaf?
I believe we may need actually Jason Lilly, the Director of Itinerant and Distance Programs, to come up. I think that's more of an educational question.
Okay.
I'm also more than happy to go ahead and answer any particular logistics or master facility plan, as well as facility plan related aspects. So I'll go ahead and turn that specific question over to Director Lilly.
Excuse me, sorry, I have a question, if I may, before you do that, Albert, before you leave.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, Jason. Could you just pause for a second?
Thank you. This is Board Member Herron. My question is, when do we have to decide and when do we have to sign that lease with AmFi? Does it have to be decided right this moment, or do we have a little bit of time to make that decision? How much time do we realistically have to make that final decision?
As far as the logistics of the move for planning and procuring the related services and equipment to make that happen, my estimation is that we have no later than the end of March. Anything after the end of March, it becomes difficult for us to be able to procure any of those services and or equipment in order to move this summer. In addition, with regards to the lease negotiations, AmFi may decide that they would be able to find a new tenant between now and then they would be able to go ahead and have that new tenant take that place, which means we would lose out on the opportunity to be able to move into the new location. So, short answer, end of March.
This is
Thank you.
Superintendent Reichman. I would like to add, if we do not decide tonight, and this is tabled, yes, it would give more time for communication to happen. More dialogue could happen. But the uncertainty will continue. What will happen next fall? What's the plan? Everything is on hold currently, and we are unable to plan. So the longer that we do not plan, the harder it is going to be to move forward. And the facts for us is that the student count continues to decline, our buildings continue to deteriorate, and our budget is still in a deficit. And those three things are not changing. And if they don't change in a month, 2 months, 3 months down the road, tabling the decision is not going to change the situation. So my preference would be that either you decide tonight, yes or no, and then we move forward with your decision. If you do table this decision, we will be back in March having this same conversation. And we will be hearing the same feedback from our community members. Because again, our information between now and then is not going to change.
Thank you. Jason Lilly?
Good evening, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, Deputy Superintendent Ketchoff, Board President Buchanan, members of the board, and members of the community. My name is Jason Lilly, and I am the Director of Itinerant Services. What I'm here to talk about is really the cluster site and the development of that cluster site. As per AZ 151303, it says that there shall be ASDB regional programs as well in appropriate locations in the state. That is what the state statute says. So that means, as part of my job, it is to make sure that we have those regional programs in appropriate locations throughout the state. With that, we started looking at the cooperative as a whole. And since its conception in 1987, the ASDB regional cooperatives have had cluster sites throughout the state, throughout its existence from 1987, to include one for blind low vision students at Catalina High School back in the 90s. So this is not necessarily new for regional programs to have these types of cluster sites. It just hasn't existed in a long time. With that, as we look at that, as I looked at other states to include Utah, California, Texas, and working with COSB, which is the Council of School and Service Board, which includes about 21 states, we looked at what other states are doing to serve their populations, as well as what has happened in some states where they have lost services completely and they've been all sent back to the district without supports from the state. This is where we looked at This is where we looked at what services might we be able to continue to provide to students without just sending them back to specific school districts, right? Because some districts, to include TUSD, do have itinerant services that they provide. They are their providers, they are not our providers. However, TUSD does have an agreement with ASDB and has had one for a long time. In fact, the newest one just came into effect January of 2024 and goes through January of 2029. So in looking at that cooperative agreement that we do carry with them, it is our obligation to do research and development to help their programs should they seek those assistance. And with that, of the 25 students that currently are projected for next school year at ASB, 17 of those are TUSD students. So it is part of our obligation to that district to also help them with their provision of FAPE and provide services. But each IEP will have to determine what those services might potentially look like as we look at that planning. This is not the only cluster site we are looking at throughout the state. This is one that's got the most attention, but we have looked at other sites across the state as well and are working with school districts as well to provide those, because this is a continuum of services that looks a little bit different than what we've had in the past. Itinerant services is just a small portion of services that usually goes quarterly, monthly, or weekly services because the teacher does most of the traveling, right? So because the teacher does most of the traveling, that leaves less time for specially designed instruction. With that being said, it's important that we look at if students can do some of the travel, take out that travel for the teacher, then we can now provide more specially designed instruction to that student because the student is doing some of the travel and the teacher is now able to provide services at a specific site location within multiple school districts potentially attending one site location.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes? I don't mean to annoy you. What about Prescott? Prescott had a cluster site for quite a while and that's gone. What happened to that?
That's true. My understanding is most of those were administratively closed within our agency at different points of time in the past. All those were closed by the time I started with the agency in 2022. Again, cluster sites are not necessarily new to the country. They exist in multiple states throughout the country as well.
Can you elaborate on administratively closed?
Again, I wasn't here, so I don't know the full details other than what I get from my staff is that at some point in time they were told that the services would no longer be provided. I know my region is part of Region 3 in Yuma. When I first started, a lot of families were reaching out to me why that cluster site was closed. It served about 50 to 70 kids in that area, and it was closed. And so a lot of families reached out to me for that.
I know, because I started that cluster site. So it was just distressing to hear that it was closed. Is Tucson Unified School District or the Amphitheater School District mandated to provide services to children across the state?
They are mandated to provide services to any kid who reside within their boundaries.
And elaborate on the term reside?
That means that they live within their school district.
They live in the school district. Thank you.
I have a question. Sure. Actually, this might be for Albert Duff. I would like to know if Copper Creek is large enough to actually house the blind students.
So with regards to total square footage, as that would be, there is sufficient space to adjust any programmatic services. The outcome of adjusting that, such as adding additional classrooms, would require us to find additional office space for staff, which would then have an impact on our budget. So it is possible to flex additional classrooms, either in more or less within that space. Our master facility plan was for 98,000, and I'm rounding, square feet. The new facility is 106,000 square feet. When we take a look at those needs and what it had, it lined up almost perfectly with the master facility plan, and that's one of the reasons it was the most attractive school for us to be able to lease. So to answer your question, if there's space or if the programmatic needs require us to have a space for whatever purpose, there would be the ability to flex that in and out. We would just have to be mindful of the effect of having to adjust our office space. And budgetary constraints. So that will have to be taken into consideration.
I'm going to restate my motion to go into executive session.
If there are no other questions currently.
President Buchanan, this is Superintendent Reichman. Could I just add one thing?
Yes.
We are projecting next fall around 25 students in ASB. And then the following year, we will have less than 20. Again, this is ASB students. So we are looking
I'm sorry, Superintendent Reichman. There is a disruption in the crowd. This is a warning.
Okay, I don't care because I'm going to leave right now. You're going to segregate the visually
I would,
impaired children.
she can be
No, I don't need
removed.
anyone to escort me. I'm going to
Okay, thank you.
Just so you know, you guys are going to be separating 4 visually impaired students just because, for what? For a number? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Can you get on my personal space, please?
We will go ahead and have you.
Can I finish my statement?
There is a disruption in the crowd. Attendant Reichman, just give us a minute.
Get out of my fucking way. Excuse me. You guys are fucking cowards. You guys are disgusting.
You can leave now. I will not tolerate any more disruptions. I would like to respect everybody's time to be here, okay? This is not trying to silence voices, but this is trying to be respectful of time and respective of governance of this board. Superintendent Reichman, I'm sorry you were interrupted. Please continue.
As I was saying, when we look at the number of students, we can have space at Copper Creek for all students to be there. Again, depending on their IEP team decision. And so that was what I was going to say before the interruption.
A point of clarification on that. When you say that it's an IEP team decision, excuse my ignorance on this specific topic, but does that mean the IEP team meets and we'll use Tucson Unified School District, since that seems to be majority. Tucson Unified School District says, no, we cannot physically have this student on our campus. We need them to attend your facility that you have at Copper Creek. Is that what we're kind of talking about here?
Again, the IEP team does decide placement, and that decision includes the school district, it includes ASDB, it includes the student's parents, and the student.
This is Board Member Cannon. I guess okay. So there could be a recommendation on one side of the IEP that says we need this student to go to Copper Creek, and there could be a discussion on if Copper Creek facility physically is a good or not good fit for the student. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, President Buchanan.
Our students are admitted to, we're talking about ASB specifically. Our students are specifically admitted to the Arizona State School of the Blind. This has historically been a campus-based decision. They are coming to our Tucson campus. However, what we are talking about with the construction of a cluster site versus a on-campus, a physical campus, that we either own or lease, we are now talking about admitting students to the school ASB as a more conceptual idea that is physically placed possibly at a Tucson Unified School District building. My question then is, how can a student be, how does the IEP team say we don't need just the conceptual admittance to ASB, we need physical placement at ASB? And can that compel us to place a student physically at Copper Creek?
President Buchanan, if the IEP team determines that the student should be physically placed at ASDB school, and we are in agreement to that placement, the team is in agreement to that placement, then the student will go to Copper Creek. Again, what I've been saying, with the number of students we currently have, it will not be a full school because we will not have a sufficient number of student enrollment to have a complete school. So that school would become a program for those students who are blind and visually impaired.
I appreciate the clarification. I was obviously trying to just clarify the conceptual ASB in reference in light of the cluster site versus physical placement. And it sounds like as IEP teams are currently meeting with students and families about placement, that we do have space currently at Copper Creek in a flex kind of way, correct? A flex, we have the ability to flex for ASB students if needed.
Correct.
Correct. So factually, we have space. Factually, an IEP team will absolutely determine, without bias, where the student needs to be placed as far as educational needs, such as School of the Blind, as well as physical placement of the student. These are the facts of how this goes.
Say anything about us going that way. They told us that our kid
I-
is not involved. I can't do it anymore. They told us no.
I'm going to restate my motion to go into executive session so we can clarify and let things settle down.
Just to your point, Board Member Kaler, that the executive session is only to assault our Assistant Attorney Generals in the laws surrounding education. So if that is what your point is, I am willing to accept a motion at this point to go into executive session with our Attorney Generals.
I think that's what it says for discussion, consultation, legal advice for the board's attorneys. I continue to make that motion.
Is there a second?
This is Board Member Terry. I second.
We will do a roll call vote for this. Linda Bove.
Aye.
Colette Chapman.
Aye.
Diana Herron.
Aye.
Shauna Tomiko.
Aye.
And I, Board Member Buchanan, say aye.
Do I get a vote? Or 'cause I
You made the motion.
Okay. I'm just asking.
The board will now go into executive session. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Board Secretary Bove, would you please, actually, maybe I'll just read it because I think I have it right here. It's pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A1. The board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for the purposes of discussion and consideration of employment. That's not the right one. I am so sorry. Pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A2. The board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion or consideration of... Am I reading the right one?
It's the 3, Brittany.
There's too many. Pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A3, the board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion, consultation with legal advice with the board's attorneys as it relates to this item. session. And we are still on agenda item 5.2. Before a vote, I will take any other further discussion the board has or any other further questions. Otherwise, if there is none, we can have a motion to vote on 5.2.
Excuse me, this is Board Member Terry.
Yes.
I was thinking that we should potentially hold that decision and not make a decision tonight.
If you would like a decision not to be made tonight on this, I will need you to make a motion to table this to a future meeting, however you would like to maybe envision seeing that working. And then we'll take a roll call vote, which means for the general public, we will go board member by board member for our votes.
This is Board Member Terry. I move that we table this decision and do not make a decision tonight.
Is there a second to board member Terry's motion?
I'll second that motion. This is Bill.
Okay. Board member Herron, do you have a vote?
I oppose.
Board member Bove?
I oppose.
Board member Chapman?
I oppose.
Board member Tomiko?
I oppose.
I am board member Buchanan and I oppose. The motion carries. Motion fails. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. The motion does not carry. I will entertain another motion for a decision on this. Seems like I will make the motion. I am Board President Buchanan. I am going to make a motion to move forward on the lease agreement for the Amphi School District and ASDB change of location as outlined here in our lease agreement and per policy CBA.
I second.
I'm sorry, this is Board Member Herron. Do we need to also add who is authorized to sign that lease?
I have no problem adding to the motion that we will give the discretionary authority to Superintendent Reichman to sign that lease. Colette Chapman, do you still second that?
Yeah, I second.
All right, we'll do roll call vote. Board Member Herron?
Aye.
Board Member Terry?
Nay.
Board Member Bove?
Aye.
Board Member Tomiko? Aye. Board Member Kaler?
No.
I am Board Member Buchanan, and I vote yay. What? Oh, you made the motion.
Oh.
Oh, I just, so sorry.
Okay.
Board Member Chapman?
Aye.
Ayes have the majority. The motion carries. That delegates the authority to sign the lease for the Copper Creek School with Superintendent Reichman. For our next action item, it is 6.2, the reduction in force of teachers and staff. This is an action item that requires a vote. The board before you, you have the policy GCOA that outlines how reduction in force is done, which Superintendent Reichman did go over in her report earlier in this evening. And part of your documents is the numbers that Superintendent did mention as far as the overall count of positions that would like to be RIFed and the order that they go in. I'll give the board a minute in case they need to consult their documents before making a motion to let me make sure I have this. Motion to give Superintendent Reichman the authority to have a reduction in force of teachers and staff.
So moved.
I did not make a motion. I said I would entertain that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I move that item 6.2, reduction in force of teachers and staff, be approved.
I'll take a second.
I second. This is Board Member Bove.
Again, we will do a roll call vote. Board Member Herron.
Aye.
Board Member Terry.
Abstain.
Board Member Bove, you seconded.
Sorry, I'm in favor, of course, yeah.
Okay.
I did second, yes.
Board Member Tamaiko.
Aye.
Board Member Kaler.
Before I make my vote, I would like to offer that this action will gut this agency of highly qualified and highly concerned individuals. I vote no.
I am Board Member Buchanan. I am Board Member Buchanan. I vote in favor. Majority wins, motion carries. Okay. Next item on the agenda is 7.1, information discussion item, introduction and possible discussion of policy DBA.
Good evening, Board President Buchanan, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendents, staff, and members of the community.
You guys gotta go. You guys are terrible.
Just let the school go, it'd be better.
Please, just give a second, Maria.
You're unbelievable. You're ready for all your jobs too. You guys can't run for shit. Cut off at the top.
You all are welcome to excuse yourself from the board meeting. This is not respectful discourse.
Go look at yourself in the mirror.
Don't think so.
Can't even run a board meeting without stuttering.
I'm so glad we're just coming against disabilities with a stutter.
Wait. Katie Senko here. Wait, I'd like to say one thing. It truly breaks my heart to see this is happening. I am very, extremely disappointed in seeing this happen. That we've arrived to this. You are not listening to the community. You're not listening to alumni. You're not listening to your stakeholders.
Your stakeholders.
Look at the people in the audience. Look at who's here. The faces of teachers, students, half of your workforce. This is a detrimental impact of the quality and service of education to deaf and blind students. You can do better. I have a lot of respect for ASDB, a lot of respect for each and every one of you, but when you're not willing to accept anyone's feedback in the process, not even parents, to share their grief, And Bill is the only board member who has come to our community's forum to hear out the parents. Where were you? Where were you?
If you're asking personally, I was on Zoom.
Thank you. It's a really unfortunate situation. And it saddens me. I now am going to go home. I drove 2 hours. I spent the entire day at the Capitol speaking with the legislature on how to best support ASDB the entire morning. To come here with hope for the best. But unfortunately, this isn't it. I'm really devastated and disappointed, and I truly hope you reconsider this decision. I'm leaving to be with my family. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We will not have any other interruptions. Maria, please continue with your report.
As I was saying, good evening, board members, Superintendent Reichman, assistant superintendents, staff, and members of the community. You have before you the red line of policy DBA, and one public comment was received in regards to DBA, and I will paraphrase. This member of the public requested that because trust funds are intended to support students over the long term, substantive revisions require careful scrutiny. And while the categories may be appropriate under certain circumstances for the withdrawal of trust funds, this comment said that the timing of the revisions raises governance questions as to whether the policies are being considered in isolation or in context of the current and anticipated expenditures. This person also respectfully requests that the board ensure that any policy changes ensure that the record includes a clear explanation of how the proposed policy changes interact with anticipated relocation, lease, capital, and programmatic expenditures. Also, multi-year projections that would show the cumulative impact of trust fund utilization under the existing policy. Clarification of how the revised utilization limits and expenditure categories preserve capital. And confirmation that policy revisions are not being introduced primarily to support or justify decisions that are already under review. So I believe that Assistant Superintendent Cooper spoke to these policy revisions in her report earlier today. And the drawdown amount is not being changed as part of the policy. What is being contemplated is to add capital improvements, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and information technology infrastructure to the list of items that can be that trust funds can be utilized for. And again, this was in response to a suggestion that the Auditor General made in order to increase the number of funds that we could use for some of these expenditures. And with that, I'm available for questions. Oh, and I'm sorry, this is a first read, so no, there will not be a vote tonight.
Does any board member have any questions for Maria on 7.1? Seeing none, thank you, Maria, for your report.
Thank you.
We had moved 7.2 to above 5.2, so we'll move on. 7.3 and 7.4 were under the consent agenda items. We are down to 8.1, which is the call to the public on non-agenda items. Secretary Bove, do you have any? Actually, I might have them. Have call to the public on non-agenda items.
For non-agendized items, a person submitted a comment, Stacy Smith. Are you here?
No, they are not here.
Okay. Brittany, do I go to the next one or do
Yeah,
what?
these are, you're currently going through the public comments that were submitted through our website, so these will actually be posted on our website per our policy. But if you're here, we would like to give you the opportunity to speak if need be.
Okay, I don't see Stacy, so the next person is Astrid Goodstein.
Also not here.
Okay.
Okay, Astrid left. Again, this comment is posted online.
And then I think there was
And I will move
non-agenda.
to our next set here. I've got two, again, non-agendized item comments. Richard McLaurin. Richard, are you here?
Not here.
Not here, okay. Louise Marie Torres. Louise, are you still here? Seeing none, okay. That is all of the comments we received.
Thank you. Next is 8.2, discussion and possible action item, agenda items for the next regular board meeting, which is scheduled March 12th in Tucson. Board members?
This bill, I'd like to have an information and discussion item that was requested for this board meeting that was removed. I would like to have that item placed back on the agenda, information regarding data and student needs.
Okay. If there is none other, we can move on to 9.1, which is adjournment. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
This is Board Member Herron. I move that we adjourn the meeting. And this is Board Member Bove. I second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Meeting adjourned.